can't leave settings on.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. We on down there too?
Yeah. Alright, you're good. You're live.
Okay. Okay, class. Sorry for the delay here, but yours truly did the blunder this morning. I unplugged the cord to the stream, to the computer. So that's why we are in delay. Okay. So anyway, we are here. So now see, here's a good illustration to this. The computers need a power source, okay, in order to work. Well, it's just like our lives. We need a good power source to function in our lives. And I'll tell you what, the book of Proverbs is just that source. Okay? So that's why we are doing this, so that we can gain the fear of the Lord. Let's have a word of prayer. Let's begin today. Father, thank you for the weekend. Thank you for today. I know my anxiety is high right now just because of not being able just to get started and just different little things that went on this morning, and yet they're in the class right now. There's 21 of them, and yet we've got the distant learners too. And each one of us, each one of them, we all have something that happened this morning that disturbed us, got our anxiety high, whatever that case may be. You know what it is, Lord. We just ask that I ask that you just give us the grace today and the strength to go through and to get over those things and just tell the devil, back off. I don't want it today. I don't want you today. I don't want you anymore. So help us to be able to say that. Give us the strength and the understanding and the fear of the Lord to be able to do that. Thank you again for today. In that precious name, amen. Okay, so we are ready for lesson 3. Your memory verse for Friday, and again, it's written. It will be, I don't have it on the board, but I will get it there. It's Proverbs 2:22. Okay, again, Proverbs 2:22. Okay, so make sure that you have it. And welcome to the class, Avery. Just enjoy the day. Okay. This is a good class. This is a good class. No, it is. And so just enjoy the day. Just to explain about verse quiz, it is written at this point, and it is from the King James Version. And so every wrong word, every added word, every word that you leave out is 1 point off for each word. So that's how I grade the verse quizzes, and but you should have no problem. I have faith, confidence in you that you will do fine, just as everyone else has been doing great on these verses. So, but anyway, welcome to the 9th and 10th grade class, and we'll go ahead and get started with this today. Proverbs, or lesson 3 of Proverbs, the wisdom of God versus the wisdom of man. Okay? Picture this at this point. There is the wisdom of God, if we can put it into some kind of a visual picture in our mind. Off in this corner, bottom left corner. And the wisdom of man is up in let's reverse this. The wisdom of man is down in the bottom left. The wisdom of God is in the upper right-hand corner. Okay? And the bell just rang. And they both are walking towards the center of the ring. The fight begins. God in his wisdom maybe lets the wisdom of man have the first couple shots. And just to see what the wisdom of man has, okay? What kind of muster do they have behind their blows? And then the wisdom of God takes care of round one by just doing a KO, a knockout. That's the picture that we've got. And if you are in the corner of the wisdom of God, you're going to be the victor. Okay? The wisdom of man has all these, he's doing all of the dances that they do in the fighting ring. He's doing all the dodging and the bobbing and everything else, and making it look like he knows what he's doing, and that's the wisdom of man. They make it look like they know what they're talking about, but in actuality they don't, and therefore they lose. Okay? Now, if you're a Christian, in Revelation, you know what the final bell, when the final bell rings, you know what's going to happen. Okay? And I'll give you a little bit of a clue. God wins in the end. Okay? But he's giving the wisdom of man all these chances, okay? All these rounds. And it's going to go a whole lot more than 12, 15 rounds. It's going to go through a life of rounds. Okay? But God has succeeded in the rounds so far. So you are a new generation of Christians, Christian young people, that must build up the world with the Christian worldview. Okay? It's got to start with you. A lot of times, the young people won't listen, in essence, to adults or sometimes people in authority, but they will listen to someone of their same age. And so this is why you are the new generation of Christian young people. Okay? The world must be introduced to the glorious God of the universe that they might know him and love him. If you know him and you love him, don't you want others to do the same? They must be grounded in the faith and equipped to wage the war. They must be equipped to get into that ring and take the gloves of the wisdom of God and fight the fight. And the wisdom of God is the help that God is giving us in each round. We need to be able to defend the faith. There are so many, quote, truths out there that sometimes they make it look good, just like Satan, the serpent, made the apple or the fruit look good to Adam and Eve, and so good that they knew, even though they knew what they were supposed to do, they chose not to. And they chose the wrong path. Okay? They make faiths out there, religions, beliefs. They make them look good, okay? And therefore we fall into that trap because it sounds good, okay? But it's really not. They also must need to wage against the restraining the assaults of the enemy. Okay? You're in the ring, fighting this battle. And if you just stand there with your hands down, they're going to take their punches in your face. Okay? And you aren't going to stand much longer. I don't know how many blows you're going to be able to take, but pretty soon you're going to fall to the mat. You also need to advance the gospel of Christ, and that is reaching out to someone and trying to bring them into the fold. You are an important part of this generation, and even though sometimes you feel that that's not the case, you are a very important part of this. You need to be a good and victorious soldier. You need to remember that you have the powerful arsenal at your disposal. That's the whole armor of God. You stand there in the ring and just let the punches come. Pretty soon, your body gets tired. You don't have the shield of faith on. You don't have the helmet of salvation. You don't have the loins girded with the truth. You don't have the sword of the Lord. You aren't using it. And if you have them, you're not using them. So why not use them? And ward off the blows of the devil, the blows of sin, the blows of the world, because they're going to come. So, we're going to start off with the student's lesson. This is on page 28 of your book. Here's the question, or here's the category: what the Bible says about humanism. Well, let's start with what is humanism. Okay? This is not an answer in your book, I don't believe, but well, no. Okay, Proverbs 1:24-31 states, "Because I have called and ye refused, I have stretched out my hand and no man regarded. But ye have set at noon or at naught all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as the whirlwind, when distress and anguish cometh upon you, then shall they call upon me. But I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. For that they hated knowledge, and did not choose the fear of the Lord, they would none of my counsel. They despised all my reproof. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices." There's going to be a time when God says, in each of our lives, when God says, no more. No more. You've rejected me for so long. And that's enough. That's it. There is no more. And probably when that happens, your life is probably over, or it's going to be over pretty soon. So, the sins of humanism. Okay? What is humanism? We're going to find this out as we go through this. The sins of humanism. How does the fool respond to the wisdom's call in verses 24 and 25? That's the first two. "Because I have called and ye have refused, I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded. But ye have said a not all my counsel, and would none of my reproof." So how does the fool respond to wisdom? He refuses to listen. He ignores the wise counsel. Class, that's a fool. No one likes to be called a fool because they don't understand the math concept. No one likes to be called a fool because they don't understand the scientific process, or what's going on in grammar, or can't remember dates in history. No one likes to be called a fool, okay? But here, it's plain, it's black and white. A person that refuses to listen and ignores wise counsel is a fool. Number 2, what are some ways that people your age do the things listed in verses 29 and 30? Okay? Go down to the bottom of that column, or the verses. It says, "For that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of the Lord. They would none of my counsel. They despised all my reproof." Okay? Well, if you're thinking about this, you should have, or if you put something down, you should have something like this. They choose to ignore the Bible and godly advice. This goes right along with number 1. They're fools because they didn't heed the counsel. They didn't heed the counsel because of number 2. They chose not to. You know, that's what's so great about God. God, in his ultimate power and authority, is not a dictator, because he gives man the choice. He could have, at the beginning with Adam and Eve, he could have dictated what they did. Probably they wouldn't have sinned. Okay? And I say probably because we don't know all the circumstances. But knowing God, I think we could be pretty 100% on this, that if he dictated, we wouldn't sin. But you know what? Satan is no longer in heaven. Satan is down. He's out of heaven and he's trying to defeat God. So the possibility in that probability is that Satan would be trying to do whatever he can to get someone to fall. If Adam and Eve would not have been the first, would there have been a first? Humanly thinking, probably so. But now see God's omnipotence here, omniscience, and all that. He knew what to do. And so he gave man a choice. And if he dictated, we'd all be in heaven. And probably a lot of people would be grumbling and everything else because they're in heaven, because they chose not to. So that's what makes salvation sweet, is that we get to choose Christ for us. Or, on the negative side, we can choose not to accept Christ. Then you're a fool. So God gave us the choice. They chose in these verses not, they chose not the Bible and godly advice. So what's the future of humanism? Verse 20, or page 28 still. What 4 words are used in verse 27 to describe their trouble? Verse 27 states, "When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish cometh upon you." What are the 4 words? Fear, because fear cometh as desolation. Destruction, because it cometh as a whirlwind. You've seen the reports of the hurricanes that have hit the southern coasts, and the destruction that occurs. Okay, you've seen the results of when a tornado goes through the Midwest. You've seen the results of the destruction when an earthquake happens, a major earthquake, whether in California or another country or another part of this country. Destruction, it comes as a whirlwind. There's a mighty force behind it. And then they also have distress. They have anguish. Okay? Those are your four words that happen, or what humanists is happening because of humanism. Okay, so what picture does verse 27 use to show how quickly and violently their trouble will come? Like a rushing storm, a whirlwind that overwhelms them. You know what's so funny about these hurricanes and tornadoes and etc. is that a lot of people say, I am not going to evacuate. I can handle this storm. I've got boards on my wall windows. I've got enough food. I've got a shelter. And some survive. Most survive, I should say, I think. But there are some that don't because they didn't heed the warning to move. They didn't take wise counsel. They were a fool. Are you going to be a fool today? What choices are you going to make? You seeking wise counsel? Or are you trying to do it on your own? Will you be a fool? Have a good day.
Hello, hello. We're gonna get started. Go ahead and pull out your world literature books. I hope you guys had a great weekend. I know I did. And the Lakers won by a crazy buzzer beater, so I thought that was awesome. That made my weekend. But we're gonna go ahead and start it with literature. We're gonna review for, not review, but we're gonna finish out the unit that we're in. We're gonna finish out the unit that we're in. Sorry, my throat is crazy. All right, we're gonna finish out the unit 1 for your quiz tomorrow. Okay, go ahead and turn to page number 13. Okay, page number 13 in your literature books. Okay, we've been reviewing and learning about what short stories are. Short stories are, they're long enough to be read in one sitting, and they're just prose narratives that are written for people's entertainment. Okay? Go ahead and turn to page number 13. We're going to discuss The Garden Party by Katherine Mansfield. All right? The Garden Party was written by Katherine Mansfield. Go ahead and look over at page number 20. She is a New Zealand author, okay? She was born into a wealthy family in New Zealand, so, her works are about, things that she can relate to. Remember how we said short stories are, a lot of the times, they have characters that a lot of people can relate to? Well, she could relate to nicer things, more sophisticated things, so that was what her work, The Garden Party, is about. She's from New Zealand. She attended Queen's College in London and then returned to New Zealand to write. Then, due to family conflict, she moved back to London, and then she had tuberculosis. She went to Germany, all the while continuing to write short stories. So this is our author, Katherine Mansfield. She is a sympathetic writer, so that means she has the characters in her story. They're very sympathetic to their surroundings, and we'll see that in The Garden Party. So turn back to page 13. Actually turn to page number 14. This is where we're going to see point of view, okay? Laura is our main character, and this kind of writes in the point of view of our main character, Laura. The point of view is the method of presenting the reader with the material of the story. It's the perspective from which the story is told. So this is kind of the perspective of Laura, but it's from the author. He's telling the story. There's a narrator. So Laura is our main character, okay? She's our sympathetic main character. In this story, there's different points of view. We'll go into that in a second. But in this story, the Sheridans, go back to our page, the Sheridans are preparing for a garden party, and they are having all this stuff brought in, cream puffs, different flowers, and things like that in extravagance because they're wealthy and they decide to party. Workmen arrive with a marquee, which is a canopy or tent without walls. They arrive with a marquee, and then Mrs. Sheridan tells Laura to choose the location of the marquee and different things like that. So after she's done choosing the location of the marquee, she goes back inside where she hears disturbing news from the workers, and she hears that a father of 5 has been killed because he was thrown off of his horse. It's kind of a crazy way to die, and hear about it. So this man, he lives with his family about a few cottages down from where they were, so Laura considered them to be neighbors. So she was like, we can't continue with this party with tragedy happening so close. She wanted to cancel the garden party because she felt wrong to party when people were grieving. So this is where we see that sympathetic type of character in Katherine Mansfield's writings. So Laura wanted to cancel the garden party, but then Mrs. Sheridan and her other daughter, and her son, they all thought that was stupid, and so they were like, why are we going to cancel the garden party? So they continue the garden party. The garden party ends, but then Mr. Sheridan was like, okay, Laura, go give the leftover food to our neighbors, okay? So that's what Laura did, was she went down to the neighbors to give the food to the neighbors, okay? If you guys look on page 17, this is where she says, Mother, isn't it really terrible, heartless of us all? And Mother says, darling, my child, the hat is yours, it's made for you. It's much too young for me. She's basically saying, she ignores it and says, let's just continue on with the party. She says, you are being very absurd, Laura. People like that don't expect sacrifices from us, and it's not very sympathetic to spoil everybody's enjoyment as you're doing now. So the mother didn't want to cancel the garden party just because Laura felt bad about her neighbors, okay? But then after she goes to the neighbors to deliver the food, what happens, okay? Look on page 19. She goes into the house, and she is invited in by the widow's sister. So she sees the widow's sister. She goes inside. She sees the widow. She's crying. She has puppy eyes. But then what happens next? Look on page 19, okay? Laura only, look at the top of page 19 on the right-hand side. Laura, sorry, I'm not even on the slides. There we go. The garden party. Laura is the main character and stuff like that. Okay, page 19. Look at the top on the right-hand column. Laura only wanted to get out, to get away. She was back in the passage. The door opened. She walked straight through into the bedroom where the dead man was lying. That's what happened. She was escorted into that room where the dead man was. You'd look at him, wouldn't you? Said M's sister, and she brushed past Laura over to the bed. Don't be afraid, my lass. And now her voice sounded fond and sly, and fondly she drew down the sheet. He looks a picture. There's nothing to show. Come along, my dear. Laura came. So she went inside, and there lay a young man fast asleep, sleeping so soundly, so deeply that he was far, far away from them both. Oh, so remote, so peaceful, he was dreaming. Never wake him up again. His head was sunk in the pillow, his eyes were closed. They were blind underneath the closed eyelids. He was given up to his dream. What did garden parties and baskets and lace frocks matter to him? He was far from all of those things. He was wonderful, beautiful. While they were laughing, while the band was playing, this marvel had come to the lane. Happy, happy. All is well, said that sleeping face. This is just as it should be. I am content. So basically she comes in, she sees the dead man, but she notices that he doesn't look in pain. He doesn't look like he's in distress. He looks like he's content, and he looks like he's happy, as if he's dreaming, as if he's asleep. And she thought to herself, man, he's not concerned with garden parties. He's not concerned with lace frocks. He's not concerned with baskets or different things like this. He was far from it. He's in another world. He's happy. And so she kind of realized to herself that death is kind of amazing, and where it kind of frees you from all the things in the world, okay? So that's the story of the garden party. Let's look at the point of view. We kind of talked about this. It's the method of presenting the reader with the material of the story. It's the perspective from which the story is told, okay? There's different points of view. There's the omniscient, which is the all-knowing author is the narrator who comments freely on the actions and characters that he is able to delve into the minds of all characters and tell what they think and feel, okay? This story, The Garden Party, is the omniscient point of view because it's the narrator talking, and he's able to delve into Laura. She is the main character, but he's able to tell us what she's thinking, and then even with Mr. Sheridan, how she was annoyed with Laura, he's telling us how Mr. Sheridan was feeling. So this is the omniscient point of view. A limited point of view is the author tells the story from a viewpoint of one character using either first or third person, okay? And then the last one is the objective point of view, which is the author presents the characters in action with no comment, allowing the reader to come to his own conclusion about them. So he kind of just tells the story how it is without saying, oh, this is what the author or the character was thinking. This is what the other character was thinking at this particular moment. It's kind of up to the reader to decide what the characters were thinking, okay? Alrighty, this is what your quiz is, well, on Tuesday. The next one says Tuesday. Oh, there we go. Short stories, make sure you guys know what that is, okay, the short story. In the definition, make sure you know what the definition of characters are, and there are two types. Make sure you know what direct exposition and indirect revelation, what those are and the differences between those. You need to know who the authors of A School of Facts, The Good Morning Miss Dove, The Garden Party, and Education Our Own Work are. Make sure you know who characters are in the stories. Make sure you know who Miss Dove is, or you know who Mr. Gradgrind is, or Laura, different people like that. And then make sure you know what the object of education was, and that is education in our own works. We said that the object of education is to discipline the mind, okay? The first and great object of education is to discipline the mind. So make sure you guys know that for your quiz. Tomorrow, like I said, tomorrow is also your vocab quiz, so we need to, as soon as class starts, we need to hit the ground running and then have time to take our literature and our vocab quiz, okay? Go ahead and turn to your grammar books. Okay, I'm going to leave those on the slide for a few more minutes. Go ahead and turn to your grammar books. If you guys are still writing those down, we are going to talk about, we are reviewing, Units 1 through 4. So our units were the manuscript form, capitalization, and then, let me see one more second, okay? It's capitalization using those rules, our manuscript form. We also were doing something about the paragraph, okay? Paragraph development and structure, getting to know your library, and yes, we already said manuscript form. So that will be on your test on Thursday, okay? Make sure you guys write that down. Your test is on Thursday. Alrighty, so today we are going to review capitalization. Go ahead and turn to page number 21, okay? Using capitalization 2 and 3, sorry, give me one second. Using capitalization 2 and 3, all right? Number 2, make sure you capitalize words derived from proper names. Capitalize abbreviations of proper names, the NRA, the FAA, TVA, Genesis when you're abbreviating Genesis, okay? The NBA, the FBI, everything is all abbreviated. Note of the examples here, the organizations are the only ones abbreviated in general writing. The others may be abbreviated in parenthetical references, footnotes, and bibliographies, okay? So in general writing, you are able to abbreviate like France, Genesis, Germany, if you're writing it with verses and stuff, Germany, US, but you would spell it out or something in parentheses if you're writing a paper and you're referring to the reference or the bibliography or footnotes, okay? Letter B, capitalize proper adjectives, Spanish, Grecian, Jeffersonian, Aristotelian, I don't even know. The thing referring to Aristotle, make sure you capitalize that. Machiavellian, Elizabethan, Roman, Columbian, Australian, Semitic. Letter C, sometimes proper nouns and derivatives lose their original meanings through frequent usage or are no longer capitalized. Frankfurter, italicized, China set, pasteurized, Morocco leather, different stuff like that. Since it's so common, you don't need to capitalize those. But make sure you guys kind of look at that and know that, okay? Otherwise, capitalize all of the proper nouns and words derived from proper nouns, okay? Number 3, capitalize the first word of every sentence. We already know that. You should start every single sentence with a capital letter. Even if it's a number, since we're spelling those out, you capitalize the first word in every sentence. Number 4, capitalize the pronoun I and interjection O. Since those are words by themselves or letters that are words by themselves, you would capitalize those. Number 5, capitalize the first word of every line in poetry, whether or not the word begins a sentence. So you can even see this in your poem. Every single word in the first line, or the first word in every line, should be capitalized, okay? Look at your example. Strong son, whom we, by faith, believing, okay? Usually, obviously, throughout our regular sentences, you would not capitalize a random word, but since it's in a poem, regardless if it's the end of a sentence or not, regardless, you still would capitalize the first word in every line of poetry, okay? For your homework tonight, make sure you do page 22, exercise A and B. Okay, and then page 20, this exercise. Make sure you do that for homework. It's good practice for your, oh yeah, and then also we have a grammar quiz on Tuesday, and that's over capitalization. That'll be good practice for your test on Thursday, okay? So quiz 2, capitalization on Wednesday, test 1, units 1 through 4 in grammar on Thursday, okay? All right, capitalization 3, these capitalization rules on page 21. Capitalize titles of persons. Capitalize titles when they are used before a person's name. So President Eisenhower, Secretary of State Clinton, Governor Perry, Mayor Paris, all those you would capitalize. Letter B, titles following a name or used alone in a sentence of a name or in a place of a name are not usually capitalized unless used in direct address, okay? For example, when I'm talking about the Secretary of State, I would not capitalize that title if I'm using it in a sentence. However, if I'm talking to the Secretary of State and I am addressing him, I'll say, Mr. Secretary of State, then I would capitalize that. Same thing for president, okay? So I'm going to say, in November, we will be voting for a president, okay? So president would not be capitalized. However, when I'm saying President Trump, then I would capitalize that, okay? Okay, letter C, capitalize family relationship words when they are used before a person's name and when used alone in the place of a name. So uncle, aunt, grandma, grandpa, you would not normally capitalize those if you're talking about them in general. So when I were to say my uncle came over for lunch, okay, I would not capitalize that. But however, I would say my Uncle Ray came over for lunch. I would capitalize the word uncle. And then look at that second sentence for example, okay? Yesterday, Mother went on visitation with Mrs. Bauer. So mother is used in place of a name because you wouldn't call your mom by her first name. I hope not. I hope you don't call your mom by her first name. But yesterday, Mother went on visitation with Mrs. Bauer. So I would capitalize Mother because it's referring to what I call her, okay? Number 7, capitalize the title of works. These are pretty self-explanatory. Look at what you're supposed to capitalize in the italicized in the explanation, okay? Books, magazines, newspapers, poems, stories, plays, musical compositions, paintings, sculptures, and other works of art. So basically all of that you would capitalize, all right? Unimportant words are coordinating conjunctions, prepositions, and the articles a, and the. So you would not capitalize a, and the in the middle. So look at that example. Valiant for the truth. Popular mechanics. Stopping by is not capitalized. Woods, Anna, is not capitalized. Snowy evening. So you would capitalize all the main titles, but not articles or prepositions or coordinating conjunctions, different stuff like that. In titles, you would not capitalize, okay? All right, using capitalization 3 on page number 2, exercise A, you would cross out each incorrect small letter and then write a capital letter above it. Make sure you guys are referencing your rules, okay? If you're unsure, make sure you look back. A lot of the times, one of the things that you do need to capitalize or that you don't need to capitalize are continuations of sentences. For example, let me write this down, okay, on the board. Right here, okay? So just say, if there is a quote right here, going to your room comma, okay, that's in quotes, said father. All right? So normally, if that was a period here, that would be fine. Go to your room, said father. But if you're continuing on the sentence, you do not need to capitalize the next number, okay? Or the next letter. So you said, go to your room and get ready for bed, okay? All right, in this continuation of the word or the sentence, you would not need to put this in capitalized letter. The only time you would capitalize that word is if it were a proper noun, okay, or something that does need to be capitalized. But make sure you guys are watching out for those. But that's exactly what you would need to do in a sentence. You don't need to capitalize that continuation of the sentence, okay? That's just kind of a side note that I saw a lot of people do. But make sure you guys know that, okay? Page number 22, exercise A and B is your homework for tonight. And then page 20, that exercise, okay? Make sure you guys are studying for your quiz on Thursday over capitalization. And then your test on quiz on Wednesday for your capitalization, your test on Thursday over units 1 through 4. Then your quiz 1 in literature is tomorrow. Make sure you guys have those. And those are pages 13 through 20. Okay. That's pages 13 through, actually no, just unit 1 is your quiz, okay? Unit 1 is your quiz. Numbers, pages 1 through 20, okay? That is your quiz over unit 1. And then for homework in literature, please read pages 21 through 23, okay? Pages 21 through 23 is for literature. That's just kind of an overview of the narrative poetry in unit 2. And then for vocab, make sure you guys are studying for quiz 1B. All right? Quiz 1B, we're going to look at the I before E rule, okay? Make sure you guys are following that rule on page 4. Number 1, I before E except after C or when sounded like A as in neighbor and way. Make sure you guys are applying that to this spelling list 1B. So achieve, beige, cashier, conceit, 80, either, faint, fierce, grief, hygiene, different stuff like that. Make sure you guys are looking at that and knowing how to spell EI or IE, okay? And then some different vocabulary lists. Make sure you guys are kind of reviewing that as well. And then your roots, your prefixes, and your suffixes, those will be on the quiz. So some of you guys did not write out your roots and suffixes. You did your prefixes, but you need to write out your roots and your suffixes. Our prefixes are anti, di, epi, pan. Roots, agon, which means to struggle. It's a contest. Graph or gram, to write. Log or log, speech, word, reasoning. Phil is to love. Some of you guys on the last quiz put Phil, philanthropy, and it was meaning, obviously we know that is the desire or effort to promote the well-being of mankind. But some of you guys put the definition for misanthropic, which is of or pertaining to one who hates or distrusts mankind. So that doesn't really make any sense because Phil is in that word philanthropy and it means to love. So you wouldn't exactly put to love for someone who hates or distrusts mankind. So make sure you guys are remembering those, your suffixes. 8, to make, to act, etc., or forms of verbs. 8-2, having the quality of. 8-3, one who, that which, and then ik or ikol, like pertaining to. Okay, make sure you guys know those. Those will be on your quiz tomorrow, all right? For those of you in class, go ahead and turn in your paragraphs. I'll collect those when I go over there. And then for vocab, your page 14, have that out. You should have done exercise D and E for homework over the weekend. So have those out. And then for those of you on distance learning, go ahead and send me pictures of your paragraphs and then have those turned in this week. And then also send me a picture of page 14, exercise D and E, okay? I'll be over there in a second, class.
Welcome. Sorry I'm a few minutes late. Welcome to class. Hope everyone is doing well. If the homework, just turn that in now if you have not turned it in already. Some of you were wondering, do we have a pop quiz or something? First, let me state, if there is a pop quiz, I can't tell you. Okay, the point of it being a pop quiz is not that I announce it. Okay, we'll just come to class and be like, all right, pull out a separate sheet of paper, and take a pop quiz over the ring. But I'm feeling kind today, so don't expect it every day, but I'm feeling kind today. No pop quiz today because we do have a quiz tomorrow. We have a quiz tomorrow. I'll try to make sure we can review a little bit at the end of class, but we do have a lot of notes to go over. So you don't want to pull out your notes after you turn in your homework. Pull them out. If you have any blanks left, again, you can just ask me when I'm down there. Distant learners, you can ask me, or most of them are in the book if you want to put in the time and work to do that. But we're going to be picking up where we left off. Last week we were talking about all the different succession of empires from Hammurabi in the Babylonian Empire to the Hittites that took over them, that owned or had about 300 years reigned from Asia Minor and a little bit into that Mesopotamia area. Then we have into Assyrian Empire, and then we had Ashurnapol, which was a great monarch, but then after his rule was over, they fell off. And then we had the Neo-Babylonian Empire, or the New Babylonian Empire, under the Chaldeans, with Nebuchadnezzar and how God punished Nebuchadnezzar. We talked about all that. And then cool things there was like the Hanging Gardens and those, one of the 7 wonders. And Daniel, and that was also in the Bible, referenced a lot in the Nebuchadnezzar time. And Daniel was mentioned in the story of Daniel that we talked about. Then we talked about Cyrus the Great. Cyrus the Great, which is whom the God of Israel had called my shepherd and my anointed, was surely one of the most remarkable men in the world of history. We talked about Cyrus the Great, I believe. And then we went into talking about like Persia and how Persia was great, the Medes and the Persians. And 2 of the greatest kings under that was Darius the First and Xerxes the First, which, as we know, or as the Bible talks about, we have Ahasuerus, which is another name for Xerxes. They're the same person, which left to his successor, Artaxerxes. Remember, Queen Esther was in the time of that. Just a quick summary over everything. And then we have their pagan religion that all the Persians believed and practiced, and that was the Zoroastrianism, which is where all their false gods, and the main false god was Baal. And people in that, Persian ruler was under the law. And the last thing we ended was with how Persian rulers did not and could not just, they could make their own laws, but if laws were already made, they had to abide by the law. Even the king had to abide by the law, whether he liked it or not. Sometimes that's to his advantage. Sometimes that was not. But that's where we left off. We did have a little homework, so turn that in. And today, we're beginning with Israel, the land of promise. Israel, the land of promise. And what goes on with that. All right, let me get these slides. Hopefully they're working today. Some look a little bit weird. I have tried. I guess I'm just handicapped. I can't get it to work. So, in a sense, see how it shows like 2 on your guys' page? I don't know how to fix that on mine. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. So that's just how it's going to be. It's 1 screen on mine, but 2 on yours. It's only supposed to be 1 on yours. But whatever, okay? We're just going to stick with it, and we're going to go with it, okay? But we're talking about Israel and the land of promise. After God called Abraham out of Summer, God promised a land to him and his descendants. This land is known by various names. Okay, it's known by various names throughout the Bible. It was named one thing, but in common history and stuff, it is named as others, and it's still that land of promise, that holy land. But here are the names and what it means and the time they were said. Okay, first, we have Canaan, right? a lot of times reading in the time of Abraham and his descendants. You have the land of Canaan, where there was milk and honey and clusters of grapes larger than our head. Okay, the land of Canaan, which comes from Ham's son of the same name, Canaan. Then you have another term for this promised land given to Abraham from God. It's Palestine. It's referred to as Palestine, which is kind of something we would probably know or be more familiar with. And that is the name given for the Philistines, Palestine. And then lastly, we have Israel, which is the name from the name God gave Jacob. That's all names of this land. We have Canaan, Palestine, and Israel. Hopefully these slides help you fill out the notes. But, again, Israel comes from the name Jacob. Each of these worlds, 3 great monotheistic religions. Okay, we have 3 great monotheistic religions. Okay, the world's 3 great monotheistic religions. First, we have Judaism. We won't really cover a lot of what each one is, more just what they are. Mr. Brown's trying to assist me. Okay, you said... Give me 1 second. Trying to see if I can figure something out. That's not it. Give me 1 second. That's not it. Oh no. Give me 1 second. Now I messed it all up. Shouldn't have touched anything. No, that's not it. I think I just made it worse, class. Give me 1 second. Oh my goodness. There we go. Man, I'm handicapped. I can't find what Mr. Brown's trying to tell me, so I apologize. It's just gonna have to stay like this. I'm a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. I can't figure it out. It's just gonna stay like that. All right, so we're talking about the 3 great monotheistic religions. We have Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Okay, of that area, those are the main ones. All 3 of these religions view the Promised Land as the Holy Land. As the Holy Land. No, I couldn't get it. Like there's nothing on my screen, that's what I'm saying. Nothing pops up. So I don't know how to fix it. Usually like something pops up, but yeah, that's not right. I don't know what that just did.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'll see you later.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Now it's doing something different. Now I can't even see it on my screen. Ugh. Whatever. Guess I'm reading it off there. All right, sorry. I guess I'm struggling. But we talked about Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. We have our next note. Okay, again, we're talking about Israel. I'm a little scatterbrained now, so forgive me. Israel has the greatest variety of climate and topography of any country in the world. Okay, has the greatest climate and topography of any country in the world. Given it's only about the size of Vermont. Number 35, Canaan was the main highway of the ancient world. So at that time, with Mesopotamia and everything, it was the ancient highway. Everyone traveled through. In Bible times, Canaan, present-day Israel, that was where a lot of civilization was. That was the hub. So the main highway or area was Canaan. Sorry, class, I'm trying to... There we go. At least got that part fixed. All right, sorry, put those back up there for you. Then we go to the history of Israel, okay? So we have history from Summer, Abraham, to Canaan, to Egypt, okay? So Israel went through a lot of stages of life, through Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, all the patriarchs that we had talked about, the founding fathers. Or maybe we haven't talked about in this class. Again, I mentioned things we talked about in the other class because it's about the same. But we have a history of Israel. Okay, so Abraham starting in Summer to Canaan to Egypt. You have Abraham started in the land of Ur, but was called out of the land of Ur by God, which was a Sumerian city-state. He led his family westward to Canaan, to the land of promise that God called him out to go to. Then God's promise to make Abraham the father of a great nation was passed to his son Isaac and to his grandson Jacob. So this promise that God gave to Abraham also followed to his son Isaac and then followed to the line of Jacob. If you guys know the story in the Bible, Jacob and Esau, how Jacob kind of fooled his father in thinking he was Esau, so he gave him the blessing. So he received that blessing of being the father of a great nation. God later changed his name to Israel just because Jacob was meant to be a deceiver. But then you have Jacob's 12 sons, the patriarchs, became the founding fathers of the nation of Israel. The family grew in numbers while in Egypt. Okay, so you have Abraham to his son Isaac, all the way to Jacob. And then Jacob had 12 sons, which became the 12 tribes of Judah and are known as the patriarchs or the founding fathers of the nation of Israel. So patriarchs means the founding fathers of the nation of Israel. Thus, Israel began as a large family or clan. From the 12 sons of Jacob came, again, like I just mentioned, the 12 tribes. And from the 12 tribes, Israel grew into a nation during its long sojourn in Egypt, which began when Jacob and his sons settled in the Nile Delta. Okay, so we had them going from Ur, right, from Summer to Canaan to Egypt. So we have them in Judah, and then they moved to the Nile area, the Nile Delta, which is by Egypt. Okay, so then we have them becoming, or the Egyptians enslaved the Israelites. Okay, so we're still in the Bible, now in the time we're about to talk about in the time of Moses. The Egyptians enslaved the Israelites. They're all slaves. They lived in Egypt. But then God sent a prophet named Moses to remove them back to their homeland of Canaan. So God, through the 10 plagues, right? God, through Moses, the prophet, had these 10 plagues come unto Egypt, and they let the people go, but then the armies chase them. I'm sure you've heard the story before. Moses split the Red Sea by God giving him the power. And Moses would lead all the way to the point until he disobeyed God's direct orders. He would lead the people of Israel to Canaan. But with Moses, God then made a covenant, just to give the timeline, made a covenant with the Israelites at Mount Sinai. He made a covenant with them through Moses. A covenant means solemn agreement. A solemn agreement. And a side note, if you would just want to star it, put it on the side. Maybe it might be a bonus question later. Mount Sinai, so where God made a covenant, Mount Sinai, another name for it is Mount Horeb. Mount Horeb. And this is where God made a covenant or a solemn agreement. Again, with this, if Israel obeyed, God would greatly bless his people. If, however, Israel chose to disobey God, the nation would severely be chastised and punished. And this is where they're supposed to obey the agreement that God gave them. At Mount Horeb or Mount Sinai, God gave his people so we had God led his people to the promised land, where the land was divided by the tribes that we just talked about, 12 tribes. And with that, so at that Mount Horeb or Mount Sinai, God gave his people, specifically Moses, the 10 Commandments. In the book of Exodus, we have the 10 Commandments. God gave them the 10 Commandments, or gave Moses the 10 Commandments to give to his people. So Moses is up there. He's up there for a while. And God gives him these commandments on the tablet. It says that even Moses was glistening because of God being in his perfect form, was so bright. And he was glistening from the brightness of God. He brought down the 10 Commandments to the people of Israel to find out that the people of Israel were worshiping false gods. They grew impatient of waiting for Moses, so they took all the metal and they went to the person that was helping Moses, Aaron. He said, Aaron, melt us down these metals and make us idols so we can worship. So they began to worship false gods. Moses comes down from the mountain and sees this, takes the 10 Commandments God just gave him, and destroys these false images in anger, in righteous anger. And he has to go back up into the mountain and tells the people, do not do this again. Goes back up the mountain, and God gives him the 10 Commandments again. So you have the 10 Commandments, or another name for the 10 Commandments you'll want to know is the Decalogue. It is a summary of the basic principles of morality, of the morality of two relationships. So the first 5 of the 10 Commandments talk about the relationship of God and man, that we're supposed to not have any false images, right? Supposed to obey and honor one true God. It's the relationship of God and man. And the last 5 are the relationship of morality between man and man. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not kill. A relationship between man and man. Number 38, with that, so again, they're supposed to not, they were worshiping these false gods, but they're supposed to be ruled and obey the one true God, the one that had brought them out of the land of Egypt throughout this whole time. And because of their disobedience and everything, they're going to be punished. But because of this, and to be ruled by God, so the rule by one God or God is the term called theocracy. Theocracy. Israel became a theocracy, or a nation ruled by God. In God's plan, the Hebrews would continue to have human leaders like Moses, but these leaders would be personally chosen and led by God himself. Israel would be used by God to bring the written word of God and the Son of God into the world. See, prophesying that Jesus would come through this land of Israel. From Sinai, Israel marched to the threshold of Canaan, where they should have begun a victorious conquest. Instead, God's people refused to trust him and failed to heed his commandment to conquer Canaan immediately. So the people of Israel, they get to Canaan and they're feared. They're like, there's no way we can take it over. Because of the disbelief, God sends them into the wilderness for 40 years. And so a lot of those people of disbelief, if they were older than the age of 20, a lot of them died in the wilderness. And so it basically was the new generation, the new nation. and then God would give them the land of Canaan if they believe, which they did. Israel did eventually claim much of Canaan as her own and establish a great kingdom there. But throughout her history, the nation repeatedly fell into idolatry, unbelief, and rebellion, until God finally permitted his people to be conquered and scattered. Nevertheless, in the midst of Israel's failures, God continued to work his will, speaking through chosen men to give mankind his holy word and preparing the world for the coming of the Messiah, who would bring forgiveness, life, and salvation to those who believed in the God of Israel. Okay, again, they would continue to just disbelieve and everything with that. After that, we come to a point, so we have the point of, in the Bible, we have the books of Judges and all of those leading up. So we have these men that bring Israel out of this time of rebellion and false worship. These leaders that God bring before there's a king. And then God brings a man because man, they see all these other nations. The nation of Israel see all these other nations having this one man lead them, or someone called a king. And obeying God wasn't good enough for them, so they wanted a king. They asked God, give us a king. So God chose a king. First king of Israel was King Saul. Saul led well, but then God, because of Saul's disobedience at one point and did not wait for the man of God, he did sacrifice himself the wrong way. God said, Saul, you and your bloodline will not reign anymore. And God ordained or anointed a new king. And he did not become king right away, but he was anointed king. And this man's name, I'm sure you've heard of him, is David. David was a man after God's own heart, quoted from the Bible. He was the second king of Israel. Okay, there's a lot of history and time in between that in the Bible. Awesome stories, true stories that I would challenge you to go read for yourself. But we're not going to spend time doing that. Just a brief summary. David, a man after God's own heart. He was the second king of Israel. He led, and David became the ruler of the united monarchy and established his capital at the former Jebusite stronghold of, our next note, number 40, is Jerusalem. So David made his stronghold at the capital of Jerusalem. Jerusalem is the former Jebusite stronghold that became David's capital. During David's reign, okay, these are some things he did. During David's reign, these are some things he did. David conquered the Philistines, the Arameans, the Ammonites, the Moabites, and the Edomites. So you can see David was a warrior, right? He was a warrior, and he conquered a lot. He also confined the Philistines to a narrow coastal area, which we also know as an area called to a coastal area. Okay, Philistines were David and Goliath. Goliath was part of the Philistines. He was a giant race. From the Philistines, they were always enemies of God, and they had false gods and were trying to always destroy David or the Israelites. David pushed them back and confined them to this area. David allied himself with the Phoenicians. He brought the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem. So this important, heavenly artifact called the Ark of the Covenant, which was said, and the Bible tells us that no man was allowed to touch it, basically. So a lot of times they would have, there's cloth or something, would cover it, and they carry it on their shoulders. But say it's falling over, there's a story where it's falling over, and one man went to stop it from falling, and right when he touched it, as the Bible commanded, if any man touched it, he died instantly. The man tried to save it, he touched it, and he died, showing that God commanded. Okay, so David at first brought the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem. It later on moved from place to place as people conquered and took it. He also prepared for the construction of God's temple. David wanted and had the idea of building the temple of God, building a place of worship of God. But God said, no, David, you're a warrior king. You aren't to be the one to build the temple. So God did not have him do it, but he wanted to. With this, David wrote many of the biblical Psalms. He was an age of religious and political greatness. David wrote many of the Psalms. Okay, let me get out of this real quick. Get through some of these pictures to our next notes as we're trying to catch up. And this led to, so we have David, this led to his son. So God did not have David make the temple, but his son, Solomon, David's son and successor. His name means peace. His name means peace. And we have Solomon. With Solomon, Solomon's two greatest building projects were, first, again, God didn't have David build the temple. He was going to have someone else, his son. First, it was to build the Lord's temple and his own palace. The two greatest buildings from Solomon were the Lord's temple and his own palace. And a side note with Solomon, okay, he was the wisest man to ever live. God said you can have any one thing that you want, and instead of asking for riches and everything, he asked if he could have wisdom. So God granted him, and with that, he brought many riches to Solomon, many blessings with wisdom with that. But under David and Solomon, Israel was the greatest nation in the world. Around 1000 BC. This was the greatest nation in the world at 1000 BC under these rulers. The two greatest buildings project, again, we said, Lord's temple and his own palace. In 1 Kings, we see how the people were joined and their ruler in this apostasy, and the moral and spiritual fiber of the nation began to disintegrate. Okay, so after their rule, we have Solomon's great downfall. When he started to make himself with political marriages, so he married hundreds and hundreds of women with daughters of heathens and foreign nations that they're not supposed to associate themselves with, and they had an influence in Israel. So Solomon permitted his many heathen wives to worship a wide variety of pagan deities, which brought back that false belief in religion to the land of Israel, which finally led, again, like I just said, the people joined their ruler in this apostasy. So because Solomon allowed his many wives, which he shouldn't have married, still worship their pagan gods, the people of Israel saw this and they started to worship old pagan gods. And this is seen in 1 Kings 11, 1 through 13. Although Solomon returned to the God of his father in his latter years, the nation continued to reap the fruit of the wickedness sown by the king in the previous years of his reign. And then after Solomon's death, the empire was divided into a northern kingdom. After Solomon's death, the empire was divided into the northern kingdom, which was known as Israel, and a southern kingdom known as Judah. And this was all because of idolatry and the wickedness of the people. We're done with the slides, but just a few more things. Give me 1 second. We have a couple more minutes. Okay, with that, again, we have the northern and southern kingdom. First, let me see. Sorry, I guess there were a few more. I should have left it up there. Let me pop them back up there just to help you guys out. We're going to go over the capitals of each. First, you have Samaria, which was the capital of the northern kingdom. It fell to the Assyrian invaders because of all these false worship. God punished them and allowed them to become captured by foreign nations again. So Samaria was the capital of northern kingdom. It fell in 721 to the Assyrian invaders. And then Jerusalem was the capital of the southern kingdom. It fell to the Babylonians 586 BC, which is going to lead us to the time of Daniel and other people. Jesus Christ was born while Rome ruled the world. Okay, so all those people had ruled, and this led and we've talked about it before, all those different nations. With the Neo-Babylonian, this is all kind of covering that same time. This is Israel's history through that time. So we have those different kingdoms, and then we have the Persians, which led to the Romans, which the Romans conquered the Palestine, which were also the Jews. And then Jesus Christ, become the Messiah of Israel and the Savior of the world, was born while the Roman Empire ruled the world. The nation of Israel had rejected the Messiah, Jesus Christ, was destroyed by Caesar's legion during the terrible Jewish-Roman War. The Jews became a people without a home after the destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70 until it was rebuilt long later. Not until 1948 did they again have a homeland, that the land of Jerusalem was built again. Not till 1948, which was in the last 100 years. That's kind of crazy. All the way from way back then to now, they haven't had an actual kingdom. That's where we're going to leave off today with our notes. For homework, sorry, I know it's close. I didn't give you as much time as I usually like to. I'll come down there for after class if you guys have any questions. But for homework, you're going to read pages 28 to 30. So 28, 29, and 30. Really read page 28, the Hebrew language. There's some important terms in there that we'll cover tomorrow, but 28, 29, and 30. And then you're going to do page 31, questions 1 through 5. Page 31, 1 through 5. Make sure you turn in your homework. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Distant learners, make sure if you have not turned in work, okay, it was due Friday from the last 2 weeks. If you not turn that in, you need to get that in. Whether you send me pictures for all of them, make sure you highlight what each assignment is on your homework or in the text or email or My Schools Works. You need to send some stuff in. I'm still missing some work from a few distant learners. Send that in if you haven't. Also keep those hard copies, and you're supposed to turn those in as well. Friday was when that was due. Most people came by, but not everyone. Again, you need to do that. That's going to be, again, this Friday. You're going to turn in everything from this week. Whether you turn it or text me or not, you're going to turn in the hard copies this Friday. I'm going to give you everything for next week for that. Same as your hard copies for this week, quizzes and everything. That was due or given out on Friday. If you don't have those, I'm going to have to send them to you, or you can let me know if you're going to come by and I get those to you. Again, we have a quiz tomorrow. We do have a few minutes, so let's cover a few questions that will be on the quiz. Cover a few questions so you guys can know what to study. Distant learners, most of you should have your quiz already, but we have a few minutes, actually like 1 minute, and we have 10-minute breaks, so it's okay if we go in 10-minute break a little bit. Write these down. This isn't all the questions, but this is some of the questions you'll have to know. Nehemiah was the cupbearer to who? Who was Nehemiah the cupbearer to? Okay, look in your notes, find that. Look in your reading if you have to find the answer, but write the question down so you know it's on there. Nehemiah was the cupbearer to who? Another question you need to know. The Old Testament was written in blank Hebrew. Was written in blank Hebrew. Again, that part's going to be from your reading tonight. It's a little over. I just saying some stuff for the quiz. Some other questions you don't want to know. What is the ability to read and write one's own language? Then you have some true and false in there. For example, one would be a nation ruled by God is called a aristocracy. Okay, remember, if it's false, you have to write the right answer in there. If it's true, you just write true. And lastly, another question I'll give. In 1721 BC, the southern kingdom, okay, so southern or northern kingdom, whether it's true or false, make sure you know, fell to the Assyrian Empire. We just talked about that. If it's false, you put the right answer. If it's true, you put true. That's all we're covering for the quiz. Again, study your notes, study the reading. If you have any questions, let me know. I gave you guys the homework. Hope you guys have a good day.
All right, welcome to geometry. We're going to be in 1.10 today. 1.10, make sure you're on page 18 of your textbook and page 6 of your supplement. Page 18 of your textbook, page 6 of your supplement, and we're talking about the triangle. Now, it may seem silly to have a whole section dedicated to a triangle, and actually we'll have multiple, but the reality of geometry is we end up trying to find triangles because it's the easiest to prove things with. All right, so we need to know our triangle really well, because even if we're dealing with an octagon or a pentagon or something later on down the line, even circles, we're going to be trying to create triangles for our proofs. So you have to know the triangle like the back of your hand. Okay, so first of all, basic definition. What is a triangle? It's a figure bounded by 3 straight lines. You're like, Mr. S, we know, we went to kindergarten. I am aware we have to define the basics, okay? Now, the base is the side upon which a triangle is thought to stand. In the case of the triangle shown on screen here, that would be AB, okay? That's just the reality of the way that works, okay? It's the way it looks like it's sitting on. That's considered its base when we're talking. If you want a different side to be the base, redraw the triangle so that that side appears to be the base. So that way when you say the base, we know what we're talking about. All right? Now, an exterior angle of a triangle is an angle formed by one side of a triangle and the adjacent side extended through to the vertex. So in this slide, angle CBD, okay, here, is an exterior angle of a triangle. And opposite interior angles are angles not on the same vertex as an exterior angle, so opposite that external angle would be angles A and C. All right, the median of a triangle is the line drawn from any vertex to the midpoint of the opposite side, so in this case CD would be the median of this triangle. And the altitude of the triangle is the perpendicular drawn from the vertex to the opposite height. It's better known as the height. We'll say altitude and then use H. I don't know, I didn't write this textbook. All right, so that's just how we're going to handle that there. So let me just go through and jot down a few things with you guys. So back to my previous example, okay? Main thing we're going to do is set up the tablet so I can actually write with it. Come on, load. Linux drivers are terrific. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. So, first thing, when we're naming sides of a triangle, we don't just have to use the vertices. We can go ahead and name them using lowercase letters. And so, the side opposite angle C will be side C, lowercase. The side opposite angle A will be side A. The side opposite side B will be side B. And that will always be the case whenever we're naming our sides, is the side opposite the angle gets the corresponding letter. And sides are lowercase, angles are uppercase. With this, the median and altitude of the triangle, again, CE would be our altitude represented by H, and the median would be represented by M. Okay, and of course, this side AB here could be represented as C, this side could be represented as A, this side could be represented as B. Okay, so just wanted to bring up those few things here. Now, we're going to make what's called, actually, yeah, that's fine. Now, we're going to prove this later, so right now we're introducing it as an informal statement. What we mean is we're going to start using this principle. We'll prove it later without needing to use any of the pieces. We're going to assume using it, okay? Does that make sense? So we're going to assume this is true for now. We'll prove it later. It does work. Don't worry about it. But for right now, informal statement 1 is just that the sum of the 3 angles of a triangle is equal to 1 straight angle. Now, yes, that is 180 degrees. Notice we didn't say anything about degrees in here. Okay, it also equals pi radians. Yeah, there's 2 measurement systems with angles, and those are just the common ones. There's also gradients. I don't even know what those are. All right, so that's the idea, though. The sum of the 3 angles of a triangle is equal to 1 straight angle. That's how we define it. Okay, so let's practice this. Okay, based on that informal statement, are 3 acute angles within a triangle possible or impossible? Could you take 3 acute angles and make them equal 1 straight angle? Remembering, of course, that acute angles are less than 90 degrees, are less than a right angle, and so therefore this is possible. Okay, I could have an equilateral triangle which has 3 60-degree angles, which equals 180 degrees. Done. That's easy. What about 3 obtuse angles? Is that possible or impossible? Well, the correct answer there is impossible, because once you get to your second obtuse angle, you're already past 180 degrees. Now, I know we said we don't define it based on 180 degrees, but I know we're all used to thinking it, so that's why I'm saying that way. But once I get an obtuse angle that's past 90, well, if you have something greater than 90 plus something greater than 90, you're above 180. Okay? So that's impossible. What about 3 right angles? Well, for the same reason, it's impossible, because once I do 90 plus 90, there's 180. We're done. Okay? We have no room for a third angle. So that's also impossible. What about 2 acute angles and 1 obtuse angle? Would that be possible or impossible? Well, that's possible. Okay, as long as both our acute angles are small enough, it's fine. What about 2 acute angles and 1 right angle? Yeah, absolutely possible. What about 2 obtuse angles and 1 acute angle? Well, no, because once we've done the second angle, we've already violated it. And finally, 2 right angles and 1 acute angle? Well, again, once you're at the second right angle, you're at 180 degrees. There's no room for a third angle at all. So that's also impossible. I'm going to give you guys just a minute to jot that down, but we'll be in number 6. All right, number 6, draw a triangle ABC. Extend AB to D, forming the exterior angle DBC. We're then supposed to measure angle DBC, angle A, and angle C, and form a conclusion. Now, I'm going to go through here and just explain what should happen. I can't, well, actually I could. Yeah, sure, we got time. Never mind, we're going to do this for real. Let me get it set up. Oh, my settings app is not happy with me that I did that. Let me get, oh, right, you guys can see that. All right, so let's draw ourselves a triangle. Your instructions are there on the page. All right, let me go through and focus this camera, and then we'll be all set. I have no idea why it does that to the color. I'm going the wrong way. Oh, no. All right, well, hopefully that's good enough. All right. So first of all, we're going to draw a triangle. Doesn't say anything about the triangle, just says to draw one, so that's what we're going to do. So let's go ahead and draw ourselves a triangle. The only reason why I'm being super careful with this drawing is that I want the angles to actually work. Okay? So I didn't make them any particular length. I didn't purposely force the angles at all. All I did was go through and make sure that this was all set. So we're going to say this is A, B, C, and this is extended to D. And so now we have angle DBC. We're to measure angle DBC, angle A, and angle C, and form a conclusion. So first of all, angle DBC again, starting at 0, because this is the way it opens, so we're on the inside scale. We're at 130, I want to say 3, give or take a degree or two. So 133 degrees. All right, now, by the way, just incidentally, You know what? I'm going to go to the nearest 5 for the sake of ease, and it actually looks pretty close. So they're going to say this is 45 degrees, and we're going to say this is 135 degrees. Okay? Now this is what we would expect. It forms a straight line. 135 plus 145 is 180 degrees. So we would expect that, but we weren't told to measure that one, but I just want to show you guys what's happening. So now let's measure angle A. And again, I'm going to the nearest 5 degrees for the sake of convenience. This is 65 degrees. And obviously this would hold up even if you were a lot more accurate with your measurements. And that right there is right on 70. Now then, it says to form a conclusion. Well, let's look at this, okay? Let's zoom into this a little bit more. And that throws off the focus, other way. Cool. All right, so let's form a conclusion. Well, first of all, what is 70 plus 65? Well, it's 135 degrees. So it appears then that the exterior angle of a triangle appears to be equal to the sum of the opposite interior angles. Now that makes sense, and here's why. Now this is kind of beyond the scope of the question, okay, but let's actually explain why. Well, ABD here is a straight line, which means 45 plus 135 is a straight angle, okay, which makes sense. They add up to 180 degrees. I also know that my triangle is it must add up to a straight angle. So then the common piece being angle B on the inside, well, it makes sense then that these two things must be equal, okay? Again, not a proof, okay? The fact that something makes sense is not a good enough proof, all right? But that's what we're doing right now. So let's go ahead and get out of that. And so an exterior angle of a triangle appears to be equal to the sum of the opposite interior angles. Go ahead and write that down. I'll give you guys just a moment. All right, number 7. There we go. An exterior angle of a triangle is 148 degrees, and one of the opposite interior angles is 67 degrees. Using the conclusion from exercise 6, what are the 3 angles of the triangle? Well, let's go through and look at this. All right, so we're going to go ahead and use the same diagram. We're just going to include different measurements. So I know that, let's go off to the side. That's fine. We have angle DBC, our exterior angle. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to draw it in the diagram. It's a different color. We're told that this angle is 148 degrees. Okay, so 148 degrees. And that one of the opposite interior angles is 67 degrees. So let's just go ahead and say this one is 67 degrees. Okay, so that'll help us out. Now, based on what we just looked at with exercise 6, let's go through and apply it. What are the other angles? Okay, well, obviously 67 is the first one. So we're going to include that in our answer. Okay, so we have 67 degrees. Then 180 minus 148 will give us this one. So 180 minus 148, my bad. So 10 minus 8 is 2, 7 minus 4 is 3. So we have a 32 degree angle. All right, so I have a 67 degree angle and a 32 degree angle. I also know that 148, or 67 plus whatever this is, will equal 148. Okay, now I also know the other side, that's fine, just mentioning though. So we have 148 must equal 67 plus this. So to find the missing piece, we subtract 67 from 148. So 148 minus 67 . And there are 3 angles of the triangle. Now, normally I'd recommend making a different diagram for each problem. Hopefully you guys can kind of see why it starts to get messy. However, that was just the easiest way to get that there. So that's how we handle that there. So the three angles of that triangle are 67 degrees, 81 degrees, and 32 degrees. I'm actually going to go back to the camera for just a second to make sure you guys were able to get that information, and then I'll give you guys just a moment, and then we'll go on to exercise number 9. All right, exercise number 9. Draw any triangle and compare the lengths of the sides using a ruler. Number them 1, 2, 3 according to their lengths, 1 being the longest. Likewise, compare and number the angles 1, 2, and 3, 1 being the largest, and make a conclusion. All right, so let's go through and do that. So we're going to start out with some blank space. So we're going to draw a triangle. Doesn't matter what triangle, they just said to draw one. Okay, there's your triangle. Now let's measure these. This is 2 3/4 of an inch. This is 2 1/4 of an inch. And this is 1 1/2 inch. So this is 1, 2, 3, with 1 being the longest. Okay, so we did that part. Then we're asked to measure the angles and do the same thing. All right, well, let's see here. This first one is 55 degrees. This one is 32 degrees, it looks like. And this here, wow, did I freehand a right angle? All right. Well, it's not really freehand, but like, okay. So that's a 90-degree angle. So this is our largest. This would be the second largest. And this would be our third largest. And then it tells us, make a conclusion. Now, if we kept doing this over and over and over again, we would notice this pattern where our largest side has to be our opposite our largest angle. Okay, so that's what's happening. The greatest angle must be opposite the greatest side. All right, so that's the principle here. So make sure you guys write that down. All right, and then that's it for today. We're just kind of introducing the triangle because, again, almost the rest of this class is going to involve triangles in some form or another. So tonight's homework is just to do number 18 on page 16 of your supplement. Do number 18 on page 16 of your supplement. Pretty light stuff, and then tomorrow we're going to talk about how to classify triangles. So I know today was kind of late. Hopefully that's a welcome break. Usually Monday things start getting piled on. So hopefully at the very least you guys got a nice little break there, and then we'll go right into classifying triangles tomorrow in the next lesson. But tonight you guys are working on number 18 of problem, or on page 16. Just a couple announcements as we're coming up on them. On Wednesday will be your next quiz. You will have quiz 3 over 1.8 through 1.10. 1.8 to 1.10 will be Wednesday's quiz 3. Friday, you will have quiz 4. You know what? I'm going to write this down. Let me get... Why is my brain going blank? Can you zoom in? No. This will work for now. I'll come up with a better solution for this. All right. However, for right now, this will work. Okay. Wednesday, you will have quiz 3 over 1.8 through 1.10. Friday, you will have quiz 4 over 1.11 to 1.14. And Monday, Tuesday, which I try not to do, but because you have Tuesday as well, it will be fine. You will have test 1 over 1.1 to 1.14. Okay, so you guys have been asking me when those dates are. That is what's going on. So tonight is number 18 on page 16 of supplement. And where's my folder? There we go. All right, so that's what you guys need to be focused on here in this next little bit. You guys have a lot coming up. I am aware, but make sure that you guys are getting your stuff done. Make sure that your supplement is getting done as far as your homework. This will all be also be when okay. This is also when your supplement homework is due, is on Monday, okay? It's due on the day of your test. So that's how that's gonna work. All right, so that's your announcements there, and I will see you guys in a bit. If you're a distance learner, if you have questions, feel free to text or email. Beyond that, I'll see you guys later.
Can't get my PowerPoint over here. Can't get the PowerPoint on here.
I don't know why the other way didn't work, but there you go.
Okay, thanks.
I don't know why it was still showing oh, but anyway.
Okay. Okay. Guys, I think we're ready. Was having problems with transferring my PowerPoint to the main computer here. So let's have a word of prayer and we'll get this afternoon started, this class. Lord, thank you again for everything. Help us in our anxiety. Help us in our troubles. Help us in just thank you for the good things that you've done for us and just helping us to learn things. But just direct our paths today in thy precious name. Amen. Okay, we're on lesson 9. And let me remind you, you should have received your test 1 revised study sheets. So the one that was stapled into your packet was from the last time I taught this class. And so now the curriculum has updated, so whereas it's a new curriculum, so things have changed a little bit. And so there's a revised study sheet. DLs, I sent you a copy of it. Again, if you need a hard copy, then let me know and we can somehow make those arrangements. Why am I saying this? Because next Tuesday, okay, won't go Monday, but I'll go on Tuesday. Next Tuesday will be your first test, test 1, okay? That will cover all of chapters 1 and 2. So make sure you're studying for it. There are 3 pages to that study sheet, so don't lose it now that it's out of your packet. Okay, so let's get into today, or let's do a little bit of review first. So what is the science of quantity? That is mathematics. What is the science put to use? The basis of our modern industrialized society. That is technology. What is a set of symbols summarized in a mathematical relationship between quantities? Equation. What is the most important part of an equation? Equal sign. What are the numbers 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, etc. called? Fibonacci numbers. Or Fibonacci numbers. I think it's Fibonacci numbers. What are the spirals formed by Fibonacci numbers? They're called the logarithmic spirals. What is how closely a measurement reflects the actual size? That's the accuracy. What is the repeatability of a measurement, or how close several measurements are to each other? That's precision. Okay? So now, today we're talking about significant digits. Okay? A significant digits, the figures in your or they're also called significant figures, or you can also call them sig figs. Okay? These are the places that are certain along with the one uncertain place. Okay? Now that definition kind of sounds contradictory to each other, but I think it'll get explained here as we go. So, the only decimal places in a measurement that have physical meaning, so that they are usually the only places that are recorded. Okay? Remember, science doesn't like to deal with all these digits, all these numbers. So they break it down into smaller numbers, ones that are needed for your answer. 50.45 is a reading of an accurate scale. 50.4 has 3 certain places. 0.05 is the one uncertain. The reason it's uncertain is because they didn't put what was behind the 5. Okay, so it could be 0.456593, or it could be 0.45123. Okay, but they've just cut it off at the hundredth, so the 5 is the uncertain number, whereas all the other ones have certainty to them. 50.447 kilograms is the 5 significant digit number. Okay. Now, see, all they did was rounded that second 4 up to 5. Second part to that, significant figures are used to record only measured values and values calculated from measured values. Okay. And then significant digits are not used with exact values. Okay. So, that's significant. Now you're counting significant digits. Here's the rules for them. Rules for counting significant digits. First of all non-zero digits are significant. So your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are all non-zero digits, and they are significant. Number 2, zeros at the beginning of a number are never significant. Okay? The only purpose of putting that 0 is so that you can identify a place value. Okay? 0.505.5. The 0 is not necessary because all we put is 5.5. Number 3, zeros between non-zero digits is always significant. 3045, 3046 has 4 significant figures, the 3, the 0, the 4, and the 6. And 30,005 has 5 significant zeros, 30005. Okay, so zeros within the counting numbers are significant. They are needed for the number. Number 4, zeros that are at the end of a number that has a decimal point are significant. 40.0 has 3 significant figures, but 40 has only 1 significant figure. So with the decimal, it needs to be there. That's kind of why with your temperature, you get a 98.0, we put it as 98.0, not 98, okay? Rule number 5, zeros at the end of a number that does not have a decimal point are placeholders and are considered non-significant. So you go back up to the number 4 there with the 40. Okay? So hopefully some of that kind of took hold a little bit, because you're going to be applying some of these here in a little bit type things. Okay, counting significant digits. The example on 2.1, actually we're going to start right now with this. How many significant digits does each of the following numbers have? Okay, I gave you, okay, 811, okay, the 811 is underlined. All non-zero digits are significant. Okay, so I forgot to erase that one. So you have, in this case, 3 significant figures. Okay, so what I'm doing is I've given you the example. I'm breaking it down for you, and then I'm also giving you the answer at the end. So this one has 3 significant figures. 0.0917. The significance are the 917. The zeros are not. This is rule number 2. So in this case, it has 3 sig figs. 3046, that was in your example, so all 4 of them are significant. since the 0 is between two counting numbers. So it has 4 sig figs. 0.0305. And by the way, when we come up with these examples on these examples areas, or if it's not in your book, like the practices, make sure you're getting things written down that you need to, so that you have a frame of reference to go back to answer any questions that may be not quite clear. Okay. 0.0305. If you answered 305, okay, as significant, that would be correct. So you have 3 sig figs. 40.0, we talked about that. All 3 are significant, okay, because you have the decimal place or decimal point. 40, the 4 is the significant, okay, so it only has 1. Since there is not a decimal place, the 0 is not significant. Rule 5. And then number 7, 40 point, both the points, or both the 4 and the 0 are significant. So in this case, you have 2 sig figs. Okay? That's the example there on page 26 of your book. And again, you should have your book out with you in case there is something, if the computer goes down or whatever, and you just hear me talking. That way you have a reference point to get the answers, maybe check the spelling. It's always good to have your spelling done, even though I'm not stringent on the spelling aspect, but it's always good to know how to spell things, because when you get older, in college, whatever, you might feel a little foolish if you can't spell the word cat or something, okay? Okay. Rules for calculating with significant figures. First one, in multiplication. Now, some of these are going to just sound very familiar. In multiplication and division, the answer is rounded to the same number of significant figures as the least factor. Okay? So, 3.24 times 0.08 minus 0.2592, or it should be minus, it should be an equal sign there, sorry. That was my bad. So it equals 0.2592, or about, that's the wavy equal sign, 0.3. Okay? 0.3 would be a better scientific significant digit than 0.2592. Okay? Number or letter B. In addition and subtraction, results are rounded to the last place that is significant in the least accurate measurement. So 5.2. Now, 5.20 plus 6 equals 11.20. Therefore, it rounds off to 11, okay, based upon this rule. In addition, results are rounded to the last place that is significant in the least accurate measurement. So what's the least accurate measurement? The 5.20, right? Okay. Okay, letter C. The average of a series of measurements should not have more significant figures than the measured values. So 53.5 kilograms and 52.3 kilograms and 49.5 kilograms. The average can have only 3 significant figures because each of those, or okay, and should be recorded as 51.8 kilograms because in the answer you only have 3 significant figures in the numbers. So instead of writing 51.7666667 and rounding that last 6 up to 7, we round it to 51.8 because of the average significant digits in the problem. Okay? Fourth, when performing a series of calculations with significant figures, round your answer to significant figures only at the end of the calculations to avoid rounding errors. Okay? So like the third one there, 53.5, you don't go 54 and then 52, okay, and then 50 to get a, so you don't change those numbers in the problem, you change your answer and round it accordingly. Okay? Now, in your book, in your notes, hopefully I've left you the blanks. Hopefully I didn't put the answers in there. So, because I want you to work these problems as we go. Okay? Practice 2A, page 27. How many significant figures are in each of the following numbers? 2.87. You should have put 3. 1,500. You should have put 2. 1,500 point. You should have 4. 0.00545. You should have 4. Actually, I'm questioning that one. Okay? Because 545 goes along with what we had. Okay? We'll double check that one. 5. 20,005 should be 5 digits. And number 6, 500.0 should be 4. Because you have the decimal point. I think what probably happened on number 4 was that I probably looked at number 3's answer and wrote it down. So my bad. I'm almost positive that 545, without taking time to look it up, should be number 5. Okay? Okay. Okay, now rewrite the following of each of these calculations using your correct number of significant figures, rounding if necessary. Okay? So if you took 90 minus 1.83, you should come up with 88.17. Or significantly, you would write 90. Number 8, 2.000 times 25.0 equals 50. Or, because you have the decimal places in there, it should be written as 50.0. Number 9, 5.370 plus 86.03, grabbing my book real quick, should come up with 91.4, or you have 2 decimal places, okay, out there, so your answer needs to have the same, 91.40, okay? This is page 27, so let me turn there real quick. And then number 10. 56.0 divided by 13 equals 4.30769. So your answer should be 4.3 because in the problem you have 56.0. Okay? So page 27, before we go any further on this, let me just check that out real quick for my mistake. Okay, let me see. In my book it says 4, so I'm not sure exactly why that should be. But if you can help me figure that out when we get down there, that'd be great. But I'm almost thinking that this should be 545 as 3 significant digits. Okay? All right, let's move on. Scientific notation, okay, is just a shortcut to writing your extremely large or small numbers. Okay? This is what scientists want to do. They don't want to read and they don't want to see all these digits out there. They want a scientific notation for this. Okay? So, Understanding scientific notation is this. Every number except 10 can be expressed as a number between 1 and 10 multiplied by a power of 10. That's the number 10 followed by an exponent. So 24, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 equals 2.4 times 10 to the 19th power. Now, the decimal goes between the last digit on the left and the next digit, okay? Basically. Now, how many zeros are there? There's 19 places behind this decimal, okay? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets of zeros, plus the 4 gives you your exponent of 19, okay? Reversing that, we would have this. You can also, well, I mean, you can write it this way too. 2, because that's the kind of significant digit there, over 1 and all those zeros, equals 2 times 1 over 10 to the 24th, or 2.10 to the negative 24th. So if you see it in the fractional form, you are going to have a negative exponent to that. Okay? Letter A to this. Whether an example of scientific represents a very large number or a very small number can be exactly determined by the sign of the exponent. Okay? If the exponent is positive, it's going to represent a large number. Okay? If the exponent is negative, then it represents a small number. Let me go back. See? You have a positive exponent on the first one, therefore you have that large number to the left. Second, you have a negative 24, so therefore it's going to be in fractional form, which means smaller segments or smaller parts to it. When a number is written in scientific notation, only the first factor, the number between 1 and 10, contains significant digits. So, the power of 10 does not affect the significant digit. Both the numbers 2.4 times 10 to the second and 2.4 times 10 to the 19th have only two significant figures. The factor of 2.4. So it doesn't matter how many zeros go behind that. In scientific notation, we're only dealing with the 2.4, not the 2 comma, not the 24 comma and 18 zeros behind it. Okay? The key to converting a number into scientific notation is to remember that all you are doing is multiplying by a power of 10. 6,020,000 becomes 6.02 times 10 to the positive 6. Okay? 0.00092 becomes 9.2 times 10 to the negative 4th. Now see, here's your clue. The beginning number, 0.00092, has a decimal, or it's in decimal form in this case. Therefore, that should be a clue that your exponent should be a negative 4. Okay? Okay, if we should be going to 12:30, I believe. Okay, let me just double check this. Yeah, 12:30, so I'll be cutting it off here shortly. Okay, next, your practice 2.1b. Says convert the following numbers from expanded form to scientific notation. Okay, number 1, 200 should be written as 2 times 10 to the second power. Number 2, 32,000 should be written as 3.2 times 10 to the 4th. So see, the decimal goes behind that first digit. Number 3, You've got this in decimal form, 0.005. So therefore, you should have a negative exponent of 3. So 5.0 times 10 to the negative third. Number 4, 9 over 10,000. Okay, once again, fractional form, negative exponent. So 9 times 10 to the negative fourth. Okay, now let's reverse it back. Number 5, converting the following numbers from scientific notation back to expanded form. 4 times 10 to the fourth should be written as 40,000. 2.2 times 10 to the positive 8 should tell you that it's 220 million. Because after the first 2, there should be 8 digits. Number 7, 8 times 10 to the negative third should come out 0.0080. And in scientific notation, get used to writing that first 0 on the left side of the decimal. Okay? 9.95 times 10 to the sixth should tell you whole number, 9,950,000. Okay? So I hope that helps, because here's your homework. Section review 2.1, and then reading 29 to 31. Hopefully you caught something out of that. Hopefully I didn't go too fast. But we need to get we need to get used to writing in scientific notation and using significant digits. Okay? That concludes today. Have a great afternoon. Bye.
That ain't right. What is going on with this? Activate. All right, that's fun. I don't know why this computer's doing that today. We're in 1.8. Welcome to Pre-Algebra. We're in 1.8. Go to the page 30 in your textbook. Page 30 in your textbook. We're talking about simplifying algebraic expressions. This is a critical skill throughout the year, as simplifying will be our generic term for solve as far as you can. That's all simplify means in algebra. So that means take what you're given, go as far as you can with it, and that will be your solution. Now, tools as far as simplifying goes is what we're going to look at first. So the first tool you have in your toolbox is the distributive property. This allows each term in parentheses to be multiplied by the common factor outside the parentheses. And oftentimes what we'll do is we will show this as our first term times as our factor times our first term, and our factor times our second term. And so that's what will happen. And so we'll have a times b plus a times c and our distribution. Now, we can show you guys, if I were to show you guys an example using numbers, I could do 3 times 2 plus 5 is equal to 3 times 2 plus 3 times 5. And the reason why I'm illustrating this with just numbers right now is because I want to show you, first of all, that it works. Okay, and so I'll have, if I do parentheses first, I'll have 3 times 7. And then this I will get 6 plus 15. Well, 3 times 7 is 21. 6 plus 15 is 21. So it does, in fact, work. So then why do we do it? Why do we bother with the distributive property? Well, what happens then if I have something like 3 times 2x plus 5? Well, there's no way for me to do the 2x plus 5 first, because that's what parentheses would allow. But I can simplify by distributing my 3, which might open up other simplifications down the road. So 3 times 2x would be 6x, and 3 times 5 would be 15. And so we can simplify it as far as 6x plus 15, even though that's as far as we can go. All right, so that's the reason for the distributive property. So there's why it works and its reason. And that's the main thing we want to talk about there. Example 1.8a. Let's try using the pen instead of the move tool. All right, so example 1.8a. So we're going to simplify each expression by removing the parentheses. So part A, we are given the expression of d plus x plus 2. Now, with this expression, we cannot, there's nothing to really distribute. Let's put it this way. We have a positive understood 1. Anytime you have parentheses with nothing in front, there is a 1 there. It's just understood because it normally doesn't do anything. Okay, it's kind of like a platypus. And anyway, moving on. All right, so in this case, I'm going to have d, and then I would distribute this positive 1 all the way throughout, but again, it's not going to change anything, so I'll have plus x plus 2. And that's it. That's all I can do with it. But hey, removing the parentheses is simplifying. Let's look at part B. I'm given r minus y minus 12. Okay, so now I don't have a positive 1 in front of everything. I have a negative 1. And so what that's going to do is that's going to force me to change all the signs within the parentheses. Okay, so it's not just going to drop the parentheses. I'm going to change all the signs as I multiply. So r isn't affected because r is not inside the parentheses. Okay, so r, and then negative 1 times y is negative y. Negative 1 times negative 12 is positive 12. Okay, and so that's how we simplify that. Now if I go to part C, I have a plus 3 times 7z plus 2. Okay, again, nothing's going to happen with a. And so I have that 3, I have a positive 3 now times everything on the inside. So 3 times 7z is 21z. And 3 times 2 is 6. And that's as far as I can go, and that's fine. Okay, but notice I'm taking that 3 times everything inside the parentheses. I took this negative 1 times everything inside the parentheses. I took this positive 1 times everything inside the parentheses, even though it doesn't look like I did anything. Okay, that's the distributive property. Example, or part D, I should say. If I have m minus 12 times 2w plus 4, again, the sign stays with the number. So this negative 12 is going to go to everything inside the parentheses. So I have m Negative 12 times 2w is negative 24w. Negative 12 times positive 4 gives me negative 48. The sign always goes with the number after it in algebra. Okay, I've been asked before, how do you know the difference between subtraction and the negative? There isn't one. Okay, your negative is a subtraction sign. Your subtraction sign is a negative sign. Okay, so even if it's shown as subtraction, we mean adding a negative. Okay, because that's the only operation we have in there. All right, so that's your first tool. All right, your second tool is like terms. Like terms are items separated by addition, or sorry, first of all, terms are items separated by addition or subtraction. Okay, and we've discussed that before. But terms that have the same, first of all, the same variables. If they do not have the same variables, they're not like terms. So if I have 3x and 2y, those are not like terms. However, if I have 4x and 3x, those are like terms. The important thing here is the variables, the letters, not the numbers. Okay, the variables have to be the same. But in addition to that, they have to have the same exponents on those variables. Okay? For example, x and x squared are not like terms. Okay? And the reason for that is very simple. Let's say x is 3. Well, then if I write x, I mean 3. If I write x squared, then I mean 9. Those are not the same thing. So x and x squared are not like terms and therefore cannot be added together. All right, so let's work with some like terms. First of all, let's identify like terms, and then we're going to combine some like terms. So first of all, we have example 1.8b. Well, we are given the terms 6y, 2z, 12y, and 6. Okay? So, which of these terms are like to each other? Well, we have two terms with just singular y. Okay? So these two are like terms. So 6y and 12y are like terms. 2z is not a like term because z is not y, as far as we know. And 6 is not a like term because it doesn't even have a variable. Okay, so that is considered as its own category of terms. So that was part A. Let's consider part B. We have 7c squared d. I'm going to zoom in. Negative, these are separate terms, 2cd squared, negative 4cd squared, 9c2d, c squared d, and 2cd squared. Okay, so this is a lot to take in here. But let's consider this. Okay, everything has c and d, but that is not enough to make like terms. We have to have the same powers. And so 7c squared d and 9c squared d are like terms. So we have 7c squared d and 9c squared d. These are like. But then I have three that are also like each other this way, where they're cd squared. So I have also like terms, negative 2cd squared, negative 4cd squared, and 2cd squared. Okay, all those are also like terms. Okay, they're just not like to each other, and hopefully that makes sense. All right, so let's go through example C, and let's talk about combining like terms. So in example 1.8c, we have 3x plus 12y minus 4x plus 5y. There must be a shortcut for this. All right. So the first thing we're going to do, what just happened? Okay. Let's go something in the brighter green. Okay. So the reason for this is I'm going to go through and show us the like terms. So when we have something like this, we end up with like terms 3x minus 4x. And then we have positive 12. We have positive 12y plus 5y. Okay, and so those end up being the like terms as we have the x's and the y's. Notice again, my sign goes with the number. Now we don't always have to rearrange, but I'm simply doing that to show you guys the like terms. So 3x minus 4x would be negative x. And 12y plus 5y would equal 17y. So I have negative x plus 17y. And that right there is the combined like terms. That's as simplified as this is going to get. All right, if I look at part B, I'm going to have 4f squared minus 4f minus 15f plus 7cf. Well, let's look at this. Is there anything like f squared? Well, the answer is no. Is there anything like just f? Yes, we have two together that are like terms. And then is there anything like cf? And the answer there is no. Okay? So because of that, the only part of this we can simplify is negative 4f minus 15f. So I get 4f squared minus 19f plus 7cf. Okay? And that is as simplified as it gets. Now, your book goes through and moves negative 19f to the end. I'm not really sure why, because there's no need. Okay? Just want to illustrate that there. This is perfectly correct, just as the book shows too. Now, sometimes the thing we have to do is we have to do both, the distributive property and combined like terms. So let's go through example. Whoops. Sorry. Oh, man. Tab. Change the background color back to black. There we go. Sorry about that. All right, example 1.8d. All right, part A. Let's say we have 5q plus 7 times 3 plus 2q minus 5z. Step 1 is always distribute. You have to get rid of parentheses before you can start combining like terms. So that's what we're going to do first. This positive 7 is going to go to each individual term. Okay, so I'm going to have 5q plus 7 times 3 is 21. 7 times 2q is 14q. And 7 times negative 5z is negative 35z. Okay, so now my parentheses are gone. Now I can combine like terms. The only like terms I have are these q's. 5q and positive 14q. And together I get 19q. Okay, 19q plus 21 minus 35z. All right, that would be the correct answer. Your book moves positive 21 to the end because that's where we normally put constants, not my focus right now. All right, part B. Okay, so this could also be rewritten as 19q minus 35z plus 21. In algebra, I will mention it now. In algebra, we go in alphabetical order. Well, first of all, we go power, you know what, we'll talk about that later. But we go in alphabetical order and constants at the end, okay, for standard form. If you don't get that right away, don't worry about it. It kind of comes naturally as you do it. Part B, we get r minus 3 times 2r minus 6 plus 5w. So this negative 3 now has to go to each of these individual terms inside my parentheses. So I have r minus negative 3 times 2, a positive 2, sorry, gives me a negative. That's what that sign is. So negative 6r. Negative 3 times negative 6 is positive 18. Negative 3 times positive 5 is negative 15w. So I have r minus 6r, which is negative 5r. I'm going to move negative 15w to here and positive 18 for my final answer. Now, we don't always need to distribute first. Okay, now I know I just said we do, but there is an exception, and let me show you that exception here with example E before I can turn you guys loose. All right, example 1.8e. We're told to simplify negative 2 times a plus b minus 4 times b plus a plus 3 times a plus b. Do you notice that my parentheses are all the same? Well, that means I have like terms. Now, b plus a is a plus b. So I could go through and rewrite the whole thing. I'm not going to bother because they're all the same. Okay? A plus b is b plus a. We talked about the commutative property already. So because of that, all I have to do is take care of the numbers in front. So negative 2 minus 4 is negative 6 plus 3 is negative 3. And so my final answer would be negative 3 times a plus b. Okay? And that's as far down as that gets simplified. Okay? So hopefully that makes sense. Your book goes into it a little bit more in that in its explanation on that example. But you guys right now are going to work on practice 1.8. Make sure you're working on the practice. I need to be able to see your practice before you start working on homework. Okay, that's going to be how that works, especially those of you here in the Distance Learning Center. If you are a remote student and you want me to double check something in practice, I can easily do that. But your homework for tonight is review 1.8 blue problems. Review 1.8 blue problems. Okay, that's your homework. It's in Google Classroom already. You're all set. And then you're studying for quiz 3 tonight. Okay, quiz 3, because that will be tomorrow over 1.5 through 1.7. All right, quiz 3 is over 1.5 through 1.7. So this is what you guys are working on. If you're in the Distance Learning Center, your tutor will be able to assist you shortly. And I will see you guys later.
Buenas tardes, clases. Espero que todos estén bien, todos estemos en tune. I see Giselle, Daisy, Lluvia. Ok, están ustedes aquí. Y solo me falta Andrés. So Adrian. Andrés, make sure you send me that you're here online. Thank you, girls. If you're online student, you should have gotten a text with the copies that we're going to be looking at today. I will be contacting you this afternoon about how this week is going to work, just because we have to look through our Spanish book, because there's some things that they don't correlate, so I need to make sure we get in tune with what the book is saying and the curriculum. But today's going to be super easy. But before we jump into our pages, just so you know, in the class, whoever has the book and the copies, we're going to be in page 13 and page 14. So today we're going to look at people and who is it. So people and las personas y quién es. But before we go into that, we are going to have a quiz tomorrow. So make sure you write that down. We're going to have a quiz, and the quiz is going to be over all the greetings, all the introductions, the farewells, the questions, and the answers that we've been through, like the ones we did last week. So tomorrow we'll have a quiz over all of them, so it won't be as easy as the one we had on Friday. So this one's gonna have a little more. You do need to memorize how to write it. You do need to know how to pronounce it. Or how do they look like? I'm trying to figure out how to do an oral quiz, but I can't, because we also have online students, and we can't really have them unless we'll figure out a video or something like that. But tomorrow it'll be all written, so you don't have to worry about orally pronunciation or not, but you do need to memorize the greetings. Make sure you study the questions, answers. It won't be all of them from each section, so I'll just pick some from all the sections, and then we'll use those. So make sure you study for those. I think that's going to be it. Once I get to the classroom, we are going to go over them, just because I know we need to review, we need to go and refresh our brains. So I already graded the quizzes. I'm going to turn those in tomorrow. So I graded the quizzes. I'll put the grades, I believe it's in my schoolworks. And I'm going to ask for the homeworks for today, the ones that you have for today, and I'm going to grade those tonight and then give them to you tomorrow too, with the quiz. So you'll get all of your grades, you'll get all of your homeworks and your quiz tomorrow, and then remember that we have a quiz tomorrow too, and this one's going to be a little bit longer. I don't want to call it test because it's not a test, so just make sure you study and review all the things we learned last week. Okay, go to page 13. Today we're gonna just read it in English too, and then we're gonna say it in Spanish. These ones are super easy. They're super easy to remember. These are things that you should know, like the boy, the girl, how to know, you should know it in Spanish already. So these are very common ones that we use on our daily basis here at school, or anywhere we go, like an office, So you can go ahead and put a picture on the name or the ones we're gonna learn on. So let's jump into it right now. So let's read it all in English, all together. We'll start numerical order, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and then so forth and so on, all the way to 10. So let's go ahead and read it in English. The boy, the girl, the student, the classmate, the teacher, the principal, and the secretary. So the reason why we have the same, like obviously in English is the student. So in English, it doesn't really have a gender, but when you go to Spanish, it will change the gender. So it's not the same word that we use for each student, okay? So it'll be different just because in Spanish like changes the gender specifically when it comes to a boy student or a girl student, so or a boy classmate or a girl classmate, and a boy or a like female or male teacher. So let's go ahead. Let's read the notes. So el chico, la chica, little boy or little girl. So that's on the notes on the side. So you can either use el chico, la chica, or little boy, which is like a little boy or little girl. Depends on the country too, how you use it. But for now, we're just gonna use el muchacho, la muchacha, which mostly in every country that I know, like Hispanic, we use el muchacho y la muchacha mainly for like a young girl or a young boy. So, but in this case, let's just use it as the book translates it, like the boy, the girl. Usually it'll be like el niño y la niña, but since we're doing high school, that's why they're doing el muchacho, la muchacha. On the notes too, it also says el estudiante, la estudiante, which is high school or college students, or honestly, it's the same, like your students. So el estudiante or la estudiante, that's when the masculine like conjunction changes to like the estudiante is the same word, but then the conjunction in the front is way different. So it'll be el, which is el, like the masculine, and la is going to be feminine. But in this one, we're just going to use el alumno. So go to number 3 in Spanish, and we're going to, so it says el alumno y la alumna. That's when it's different, like I said. So it'll be masculine, feminine. And then el compañero de clase, la compañera de clase. El profesor, masculine, la profesora, feminine. El director, the principal, y la secretaria. So I'm going to go ahead. Let's read it all together in Spanish, numerical order 2. Ready? Begin. El muchacho, la muchacha, el alumno, la alumna, el compañero, la compañera, el profesor, la profesora, el director, y la secretaria. Okay? So I'm going to go ahead and read them in English, and you're going to respond by reading them in Spanish. Okay? The boy, the girl, the student, the classmate, the teacher, the principal, the secretary. Okay, let's do that one again. So you're going to go ahead and say them in Spanish. So I'll read them again. And in your house, for the online students, you're going to say it in Spanish too. So I read it in English, you say it in Spanish. Okay, ready? Begin. The boy, the girl, the student, the classmate, the teacher, the principal, and the secretary. Okay, so now I want everyone, let's read it all together just so you hear my pronunciation. Ready, begin. El muchacho, la muchacha, el alumno, la alumna, el compañero, la compañera, el profesor, la profesora, el director, la secretaria. Also in the notes, I don't know if you have the notes on the side, but note, it says el maestro, la maestra, which could be for elementary, sometimes high school, but usually we for English, for Spanish, when it comes to a teacher or professor in high school, we do call it profesor. So, like in my country, if you're elementary, if you're anything from K3 all the way to sixth grade, you'll call your teachers teachers, so maestra. So it'll be the maestra. Once you go to junior high and high school, you'll call them profesor or profesora. So that varies also where the country or how they use it. But in the notes, it's right. It says el maestro, la maestra. That's mostly for elementary. But here, like we're using profesor y la profesora, that's gonna be for secondary. Also, I want to introduce the letters. Today, I want to introduce the letter A, B, and C. So the letter A, B, and C. So if you're online, go ahead and write them down. Just write that, everyone in the classroom too. If you have a pencil and a paper, we're going to review letters A, B, and C. And this is how they sound. So letter A sounds like A, B, y C. So A, B, C. A, B, C. A, B, y C. Okay, I want you to practice those. So it's going to be A, B, C. A, B, y C. A, B, C. So for the online students, I'm going to email you the quiz for tomorrow. So make sure you take it in between the time that I assigned you. I'm going to be sending that through the email too. So tomorrow we have a quiz, and then I'll be sending you an email with all the copies of what you have to do for Spanish through the online students. So that's going to be it for today. I'm going to head over to the classroom, and we're going to practice more of the ones we did, and we're going to review for tomorrow's